here at the Cattlemen's Congress in the Jim Norick Arena. We're excited to get started with your shows this morning. Before we do, if we could please have you all rise for our national anthem. Well, over here in your mini Hereford ring, we're going to get started with your cow-calf pair show. We have a single entry in this division. And over here in the red Brahman ring, we are going to get started with your group classes. We'll get started with natural produce.
Good morning, guys. Nice way to start off this mini Hereford show. A single entry for this cow-calf pair, but I think the young lady brings out an awfully nice female. You just start to study the cow. That one's big-footed, stout-featured. Stout when you get in behind her and really bold in her kind. She's relatively nice udder, nice teat shape and structure there. Her udder doesn't look the most full this morning. It looks like that calf's probably nursed her out. I'd say if that cow's udder is full, it still looks fairly nice. She's doing a nice job raising that calf there. It's a soggy, a nice looking calf. So give this young lady a round of applause. Nice single entry cow-calf pair, and she'll be your champion cow-calf pair.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Your champion cow-calf pair will go to Emerson Barano with KR's Miss Pearl.
Over here in our Brahman ring, our natural produce, we have two different groups out here. Both of them are really, really good. I'm going to use the bull and the heifer to win this class. Just a big, stout, rugged bull and really nice heifer calf out here at the side. We've kind of seen as these have grown up the maturity of this bull and how he's turned out. The second, I mean, this is a super set of heifers right here, natural twins. I'm really impressed with both these females. They're really, really good in their own right. Just like to see them a little older and kind of see what they do as they mature on out. Congratulations to both of you exhibitors. A really nice pair of heifers out here in this embryo produce class right here. Two really, really good females get out and get along really well on their feet and legs. Got a lot of good stuff to them. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. In your first class of red groups, your natural produce, first and second, go to Herzog Cattle. And out of your embryo produce, first place, go to J&L Cattle Services. We'll now look to see embryo produce here in your gray Brahman ring. Well, we're excited to welcome our two judges today over here in Ring 1. Sorting the Brahmins will be Mr. Chad Breeding of Miami, Texas. And over here in Ring 2, sorting our mini Herefords will be Miss Kate Schaefer of Carthage, Missouri. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Jim Norick, let's put our hands together and welcome our two judges to the Cattlemen's Congress.
In this embryo produce on your gray side here, two really, really exceptional individuals, really sound on their feet and legs. I like both of these very well, very deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Really nice class of summerborns to start here, and I think there's some give and take between the heifers, but the young man's heifer up front I think today is one that's more extended, and while she's not perfect structurally, I think that one is just more comfortable on the move. When you study her more towards the surface, she's more comfortable there as in her pastern as she gets out and goes. Like that one's length and extension. The young man's heifer that comes out second I think is one that's bigger bodied and has more actual rib shape. I think that one's a little bit fresher and more refined at the top of her neck, and I like that about her. But when you get that heifer in motion, she's just a little more rigid on that pastern when she gets out and moves. I'd like to relax her there, but I think that heifer has a bright future.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 1 in your miniature Hereford show. First place will go to Ari Edwards, and second place will go to Jet Gross. We'll now look to see Class 2 here in your miniature Hereford female show. And over here in the Brahman ring, we have Gray get a sire.
Little single entry get a sire over here. A really impressive set of 4 animals out here. They got some power and some doability to them. Just very complete. Congratulations, folks, on a nice set of animals. In our first class of females over here in our Red Brahman show, three really, really nice heifers. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class is the most complete in my mind. A heifer I really appreciate a lot of things about. I like her depth and spring of rib. I like the power she has. She's still very, very feminine up through that front end. Really elegant up through that head and shoulder area. Just a really nice heifer to start off the class. Gets a little closer between second and third. The Type and Kind gets heifer in second. I followed the one in first. They're actual twins out here. They look a lot alike. Not quite as pretty up through that head and neck area as the heifer that wins the class. Maybe not quite as stout or long bodied, but a very complete heifer as well. A heifer that's got a lot of future to her is this heifer in third. I really appreciate this heifer for the length of body, the length and extension she has up through that front end. Really, really feminine head on this female. Heifer is really very impressive when she gets out and walks around. She's kind of going through an awkward stage right now. She's grown a little bit. She's probably doesn't have the depth of body or the power that the others have today. But as this heifer matures out, she's going to be a real contender in this class. Congratulations to all three exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. In Class 2, Red Brahmans, first place to go to Herzog Cattle. Second place also to Herzog Cattle. And third to Walters Livestock. We'll now look to see Class 3 here in your Red Brahman show.
really nice deep class of heifers here, and it took me a little more time to sort the top half of this class. I apologize. I think there's a lot of different types and kinds, and it just comes down to what you like. But I think to me the two heifers up front are more of the combination heifers that combine some femininity and look and a little extra extension and still remain sound and are still good in their type and kind and in terms of body and being robust in their rib. The female for me that starts the class when you compare the one and second is just more comfortable, particularly out of her front end when she gets out and moves. I think that one really comes together nice on the side when she gets set up. Awfully nice female, excited to see her back out here in division. The young ladies heifer that comes out here in second it is interesting to me. She's long and extended, and sometimes she can give you a pretty nice look right there when she gets her head up and really gets that heifer's attention. But at times that heifer gets in motion. She really wants to drop her front end and struggle out of her front end. That's where I'd like to change her the most, but a really nice female there. The young ladies heifer that's going to come out here in third is one that's really nicely presented, gives you a really nice look from the side. I'd like that one to be a little bit deeper in the center portion of her body. And when you set that one in motion, that's one to me that just isn't as comfortable there on her rear pastern, but really like the look of that heifer. I think that heifer's got an awfully bright future. The young man that comes out here next is a heifer. I like a lot of things about her. I think that female is as sound and as good built as anything in the class. I think she's flexible and comfortable on the move. I appreciate how much center body she has. For me, I'd like to just make that heifer a little more feminine and attractive out of her front end. She just gets a little bit thicker there at the top of her neck, just doesn't have as much look. The young man's heifer coming out here next, another nice individual. I think that one's stout. I think that one's good centered. When you get that one in motion, to me, is when that one needs change some. She gets a little bit tighter there in her loin, just a little more restricted there out of her front end. The man's heifer coming out here next, really stout heifer, really bold. Got some look to her up front. To me, when this one gets in motion, she's just a little bit shorter and tighter out of her hip, doesn't handle her rear two quite as well. She'd just like to square her up there from behind and give her a little more flexibility when set in motion, but really appreciate the stoutness and the broodiness in that female. The young lady's heifer coming out here next, again, one that's soggy centered, good doing, good feeding kind of a female, and I appreciate that about her. One that I'd like to change there in her rear skeleton as she gets out and goes, and kind of the same thing for the female that's going to round out the class. One that I like to just make more comfortable there out of her rear skeleton, gets a little more up there in the center portion of her back when she gets out and goes, but appreciate the stoutness that heifer has.
Back over here on our red side of the ring, very, very competitive class out here. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class just simply has more depth and spring of body than any heifer in the class. Along with this, she's still really feminine up through that front end, gets out and travels really well. When she gets her stopped out here, she appears to maybe just a tick straight on those rear legs, but when she gets this heifer in movement, she has plenty of flex, and that hawk gets out and takes a long stride. The heifer that's coming in second is a heifer that I really like a lot of things about. I love the length of body this heifer has. I love the femininity up through that front end, the length and extension she has up through that neck area. A heifer doesn't have quite as much body today as the heifer that wins the class, but a heifer that sure got a lot of future to her. I love the way she gets out and travels on her feet and legs. Got a lot of flex, nice square on those toes. Excellent heifer. Heifer that's coming in third is made a lot like the heifer that's in second, just not as much to her as the heifer that's in second. She's a little rounder shouldered. She's out a little more in her front end, but a heifer that's very elegant up through that head, neck, and shoulder area. Really nice in those lines. The heifer that's rounding out the class is still a really complete heifer. She's got a lot of natural thickness to her. When you look down her top, she's really stout. She travels really well, just not quite as nicely designed as those above her. Excellent class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in your red Brahman ring. Results out of Class 3. First place exhibited by Herzog Cattle. Second and third place will go to Walters Livestock. And fourth place will go to Clancy Joe Hebert. We'll now look to get started with your next class here in the red Brahman ring. This will be Class 4.
really nice class of females here, and I think this young lady's showing here just sorts herself to the top really easily. When you get these things in motion, this one just excels. She's square in her build, she's flexible in her build, and then you get her stopped and you look at her, and that one balances really well. I think that one's got a lot of look up front. She's extended, she's feminine. That's an awfully nice female. Young lady does a really good job getting her shown. And then I think there's a little more sort between the next two females, both females that just aren't as comfortable in their rear skeletons as the heifer that wins. I think they both have issues there. But for me, the heifer that comes in second excels in terms of look and extension up front when you compare to the female in third. I think that one's just a little more refined and attractive and just feminine in her type and kind. The young lady's heifer that's going to come out here in third is one that's really stout and robust, has an easy fleshing, easy feeding look. To me, just has a little more chest, is a little thicker necked, and just less attractive in her front end. And then the two heifers that are come out next, they're heifers that just get outpowered in this class. They're heifers that I'd like to change structurally. The young lady's heifer here in blue, that's one that just doesn't handle her rear pastern good enough for me. And then the young man's heifer that comes out next probably doesn't balance up as well, a little less attractive out of her front end. I like that one's length and extension. I think that one's good centered. Just to me, needs squared up from behind. Needs to be more flexible on the move.
Back over here in our red Brahman side of the ring, really a unique heifer up here on the top end of this class. I like this heifer a lot. I like her design. I like her style. She gets out and travels well on her feet and legs. Very elegant up through that front end. Loaded with power. Lots of dimension through the center portion of her body. Really stout when you get in behind her. Really square on her feet and legs. Just very, very complete in this class. Gets a little closer in second and third here. The heifer I'm going to use in second is just a little stronger in her top line than the heifer in third. She's got a lot of length and extension up through that front end. I'd like to fix her hip a little bit and help her on those rear legs. She's getting a little up under herself. The heifer in third is a heifer that you really have to appreciate for the depth and spring of rib she has. Probably the deepest bodied female out here. She breaks down and gets a little tighter in that forerib area in comparison to some of the other heifers, a little rounder in her shoulders, but a heifer you really have to appreciate for the volume and power that she brings out here. The heifer that's in fourth right here is a very complete heifer in her own right. Gets out and travels really, really well on her feet and legs. Just gets outperformed out here in a really, really tough class.
Well, congratulations back over here in the mini Hereford ring. Results of Class 3. First place exhibited by Paisley Weatherly. Second place went to Mendel Cattle. Third place will go to Harley Holman. Fourth place, Haley Gherkin. And fifth place will go to Jackson Terry. Now in the ring is Class 4 in your Spring Heifer Calf division. Back over in the Brahman ring, results out of Class 4 Red Brahmans. First place and congratulations to Herzog Cattle. Second place will go to Watts Ranch. Third place will go to Herzog Cattle, and fourth place to J&L Cattle Services. Now coming into the ring will be your final class in this division. This will be Class 5.
Another nice class of heifers here, and only 3 in this class, but I do think the quality runs deep. There are some differences in these top 2 females. Ultimately, I just land on the one that wins is a little more my type and kind in terms of length and extension. The way she's carrying her condition and her freshness is something I like. I don't think that one's as comfortable in her skeleton as the one in second, but I do think that one is comfortable enough to win the class. The heifer here in second is a really deep-bodied, soggy, easy-fleshing kind of female. I really like this one's skeleton. I think this one is really nice and relaxed out of the front end of her skeleton compared to the female up front. She gets and goes with a lot of flex and ease and is just comfortable. But for me, that heifer is one that's just a little plainer in her look. She's a little heavier in her condition, and I'd like to change that about her, make her a little more feminine. But the young lady does an awesome job showing her. The young lady that's coming out here third is another excellent showman. That young lady got that heifer stuck. I like that one's length and extension. I think that one is more feminine than the heifer that beats her in class. To me, that one just needs softened up in the center portion of her body and relaxed in her spine and just needs to be more comfortable when she gets out and goes.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 over here in the Mini Hereford Ring. First place will go to Crew Baldwin. Second place will go to Emerson Barato. And third place, Bailey Danson. We'll now look to see your final class in our Spring Heifer Calf Division.
Really a nice set of 4 heifers out here in this class. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class is just really, really elegant when you look at her on her profile. Really refined about that head, very feminine fronted female. Is she the deepest bodied one out here? No, but she's got plenty of volume. She's really good in that underline, really strong in her top. She gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. The heifer in second just doesn't have the length of body of the heifer that wins the class, but a heifer you like a lot of things about as well. Really nice turn to that rib shape, really good out through that hip and hind leg, travels really well on her feet and legs. Your heifer in third right here is a heifer that's put in pieces a little better than some, and a little piecier than those right above her. I like the length and extension that she has. I like the power that she has. She gets out and travels a little different off those rear legs. I'd like to fix those just a little bit, but a heifer that you like for the length and expression that she brings out here. The heifer rounding out the class, really a thick-ended, stout-ended kind of a female. It's got a lot of bone, nice big foot on this female, just not quite as long-bodied or as pretty up through that front end as those above her. Excellent class.
Well, congratulations in Class 5 over here in the Red Brangus Ring. Red Brahman Ring, first place will go to Herzog Cattle. Second place to Herzog Cattle. Third will also go to Herzog, and fourth to Walters Livestock. We'll now bring the first and seconds in and select a champion reserve here in your calf division.
only two head in this class, but I do think they're both awfully nice, and they're both very highly presented. My commitments to the crew for getting those heifers dialed in the way you did. To me, these heifers, there's some differences, but they sort when you get them in motion. The young lady's heifer out front is one that's just structurally better. She's just, especially when you study her going off of her rear skeleton, I like the way she handles that rear pastern a lot better, and I think she's just more comfortable overall. I like that one's look and length. She balances up awful nice from the side when the lady gets her stuck. Really nice female. The young lady's heifer that's going to be in second, no doubt, is a higher volume, stout, massive female. That one's got some look when that young lady gets her parked. It's just when you set her in motion, she doesn't handle her rear pastern well enough for me. I like to change her there. But a really nice kind of female to go second in this class. Good job to the showman.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Results out of Class 5. First place went to Devery Darman, and second place will go to Riley Purvis. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select your champion reserve spring heifer calves.
So the first heifer then, the ring over here on your first place was a single entry, and we just brought her out here. We didn't show her in class. A heifer I really do like a lot of things about. She's very feminine. She's very sound. She gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. A heifer that is surely well deserving of a blue ribbon. I'm going to go look through these one more time and get you a champion in reserve out of this division. Excellent division to start off our Brahman show with today. I'm very impressed with all these females out here. Exhibitors, a big round of applause on a nice division.
Well, congratulations. Your champion calf over here in our red Brahman ring will come out of Class 4. Congratulations goes to Herzog Cattle. And congratulations, your reserve champion calf over here in the red Brahman ring will also come from Herzog Cattle out of Class 2. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to get started with your next division. This will be Class 9.
Everybody put your hands together for this group of exhibitors. They've done a really nice job with these females. I'm not going to go through and talk each one of them. To me, there's a couple that sort themselves up fairly easily, and it's all when you set them in motion and study them on the move. To me, there's just one between the two that's more my kind. I think there's one that's just a little higher quality in her look. She's just better balanced, more attractive about her head and neck. And then the one that comes in second follows her, maybe has a scotch more bone and power, just not quite as one that's as attractive and well balanced for me. But I'll go select your Grand and Reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations over here in the miniature Hereford ring. Your spring heifer calf champion will come out of Class 3. Congratulations. We'll go to Paisley Weatherly. And congratulations, your reserve champion spring heifer calf going to Devery Darbin, coming out of Class 5. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to get started with your next division, starting with Class 6.
We're going to leave these two just like they came in the ring. Really a nice, powerful kind of a female up here to win the class. I love the spring of rib that she has, the muscle that she has. When this young lady gets her parked out here, she's very, very attractive up through that front end. A heifer I do like a lot of things about is the heifer in second. I love the length and extension she has. I like the style and design that she brings out here. She gets out and travels extremely well on her feet and legs. Just gives up a little bit of power in comparison to the heifer that wins the class. Excellent class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 9. First place and congratulations will go to Circle T Cattle Company. And second place will go to Watts Ranch. We'll now look to see Class 10.
We're going to leave this class just like it came in. A big, stout, powerful kind of a female up here on the top end of the class. Love the depth and spring of rib she brings out here, the power she brings out here. I'd like to see her move a little softer on those front end. On that front end, she pounds the ground just a little bit. But I understand when you're here 4 or 5 days and standing on concrete that can happen. But I still would like to see her move a little better on that front end. Definitely give credit to the heifer in second on her movement. She gets out and moves around the ring really, really well. Just doesn't have the depth of body or the style that the heifer that wins the class does. Very sound, very functional kind of a female. The heifer coming in third right here, man, there's a lot of good things to this heifer. When you look from her shoulders back, you like her rib shape, you like her hip, you like the way she moves on that front end. Heifer's a little straighter shouldered, a little shorter necked out here in comparison to those above her. She's a little choppy on that front end when she gets around the ring. Excellent class. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 10. First place will go to Circle T Cattle Co. Second place will go to Geurig Gantz. And third place to J&L Cattle Services. We'll now look to see Class 11 here in your red Brahman ring.
Very nice class here. The heifer I'm going to use to lead the class off is the most complete heifer in the class in my mind. A heifer that's very, very stylish. She's got plenty of depth in spring or rib. When you get this heifer on the move, she gets out and travels really well off both ends. I like the depth she has. I like the depth of flank. I like the smoothness in this heifer's design from end to end. A heifer that's patterned a lot like her is the heifer in second. She's kind of got the same kind of front end. She's a little straighter in her shoulder than the heifer that wins the class. She's not quite as deep-bodied, but she's really, really a deep-bodied female in her own right. She's not as smooth in that top line, but I do like the way this heifer moves. I like her overall design. I like her depth of body. The heifer in third is a heifer you have to appreciate for the length of body she brings out here. Tremendously long-sided female, doesn't have quite the depth of body right through the center portion of her cavity as those right above her, but a heifer that's super, super sound. She's got some muscle to her. She's got some doability to her. She's got some longevity to her. The next heifer in class is just simply a little sounder than the heifer that beats her, but a heifer that's got some volume. She's got some muscle. She's still got some eye appeal. She gives up a little bit of performance in those on the top end of the class, but a heifer that's very, very complete in her own right. The next heifer in class is a heifer that's very unique when you look at her from a profile. She's really laid in smooth in those shoulders. She's long and extended up through that front end, really good in her top line. She's got some depth in spring rib. Her problem is when you put her on the move, she gets a little choppy off both ends. She's a little straighter hawk, a little straighter in that shoulder. I'd like to see her with a little middle flex off both ends.
Really nice class here, and there's a lot of differences, and there's some places that you can flip them, and I wouldn't mind, but I don't think it's negotiable to start with the young lady's heifer here. In my mind, this one is just so high quality. It's a big bone, stout featured female, but even with that, she's still feminine and refined. That one balances up nice from the side. She's good centered, big bodied, and when you get that one in motion, she's really sound and flexible. If you want to be really, really picky, you could square her up when she travels some. I don't think that hurts her, though. I think that one's still really sound and flexible. Awfully nice female to start the class. From there, there's some give and take. The young lady in the pink sweater that's going to come out next has a really stout, powerful, broody female. I think that one gets and goes around the ring good enough. She's not as sound as the one that wins the class, not as loose structured. But to me, the big difference with those is that this one's just not as attractive and feminine and refined about her front end. But again, I like the power and the sogginess. I think that one has a lot to offer as a cow in production. And you get down to these next two, and to me there's some differences. The young lady's heifer, the curlier haired heifer that's going to come next, isn't probably a stout hip. She's a little plainer looking. She's just a little plain in general, but that one's awfully sound. Never really saw a plain hurt one as a cow. The young lady's heifer that's going to follow her and round out the class is one that's more highly presented, has a little bit more look to her, but to me that one just really needs change structurally. That one's not as soft-centered. That one is getting a little more up and restricted in her pastern and straighter out of her shoulder, but a nice female is to end the class there with.
Well, congratulations, Black in the Brahman ring. First place in Class 11 will go to Watts Ranch. Second place, and congratulations to IS Ranch Fitting Services. Third place will go to Rich Cattle Co. Fourth place, Rich Cattle Co. And fifth to Clancy Joe Bear. Now in ring 1 is Class 12. This will be your final class in this division. Back over in the mini Hereford ring, results on a Class 6. First place, exhibited by Ella Weldon. Second place will go to Harley Holman. Third place, exhibited by Emerson Barato. And fourth place will go to Jacqueline Paget. Now in the rings Class 7, this will be your final class here in your junior heifer calf division.
over here in our red Brahman ring. Really a nice female to land on to win this class. Really a nice female from the side view. She's really elegant up through that head and neck area. She's nice and laid in smooth at those shoulders. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle to her. It gets out and travels really well around the ring. The heifer in second and third, it gets a little closer. There's some give and take on those two heifers. The heifer in second is just simply a little longer necked female. She's plenty deep bodied. She doesn't appear to be as deep as the heifer in third, but she's a little longer bodied, so that's a little bit of an optical illusion you have to overcome there. I love the thickness in this heifer. I love the way she gets out and travels on her feet and legs. The heifer in third is a really stout female. I love the depth and spring of rib, the boldness to her rib. She just gets a little shorter bodied, a little shorter hipped in comparison to those two right above her. Excellent female as well. Really a long-bodied, long-sided female comes in right behind her. Lots of length and extension to this female. Just gives up a little bit in terms of overall depth of rib right through the center portion of her body in comparison to those on the top end of the class. The heifer right behind her is just a little more tubular than her even. Just doesn't get out and travel quite as well on her feet and legs as some of the others. Congratulations on a nice class.
Well, congratulations in Class 12 over here in the Brahman ring. First place exhibited by Broussard Cattle. Second place will go to Jevin Gantz. Third place, and congratulations to J&L Cattle Services. Fourth place will go to Jake Goodrum. And fifth place to Clancy Joe Bear. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds and select the Chamber Reserve here in your intermediate division.
Another nice class of females here, and the one that wins certainly has an advantage in terms of just volume and size and power, but I think when you put that aside and you just study the cattle for what they are and the quality that they are, that one's still pretty high quality in this class when you compare to the rest of them. I really like the center and the mass that one has. I think, and aside from size, that one is stout and bold. I like that about her. I think that one's pretty good in her build, especially when you study her to the two behind her. Now, are there things I'd change? Yeah. I think that one gets a little bit restricted out of her front end. I think that one could be a little bigger footed. She's a little frailer at the surface. And that one just gets a little restricted in motion, but that's being really picky. You set her in motion, she is sound, and she's sound enough, but that's a really nice female, high quality, balance is nice, love the broodiness, love the cowiness about her. The young man's heifer that's going to come out here in second, this darker red heifer, standing still, this one looks really sound. This one, the angles to this one's skeleton are good, this one balance is really nice, she's fairly attractive about her head and neck. She's probably actually more attractive than the heifer that wins the class in my opinion, but when you get this one in motion, she just doesn't handle her rear pastern right. I don't know if it's the uneven surface, but she's just wanting to pop and not handle those rear two quite as well. Nice female though. The lighter red heifer that's going to come out here in third is a nice kind of female. That one looks relatively nice in her build as well, like her center body. I think that one has a nice feet efficient look. When you get that one in motion, she gets a little more restricted on the move, one that's not quite as attractive and feminine up there through her front end, but that's a nice female.
Well, congratulations in our final class before division. First place will go to Abigail Meaford. Second place goes to Casey Smith. And third to Taylor Woods. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve here in your junior heifer calf division. Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your champion out of Class 12, Brewstered Cattle. And reserve champion to come out of Class 9. Congratulations to Circle T Cattle Company. We'll now look to start your next division. We're going to bring in both of those single entries, and we'll select Champion Reserve Junior.
Really nice division here, and I think it's a horse race. I wanted to give a little time and let the young lady get her heifer set up because she's a nice female, and I want to get these two out here and get a good look at them. To me, there are some differences, and I think it's close. But the young lady's heifer that comes out of this first class in this division is so stout-featured, big-boned, loose-structured. I think that one, when you compare the two, to me, is just a little more attractive and feminine up through her front end. I think that one balances better. Does she have the power of the one in second? No. Out of that second class, no. The female out of that second class is just a bold, cowy, stout. It's a whale of a female. I mean, she's a whale. That thing is stout, robust, cowy, and I love that about her. That's a female to be proud of. She is attractive as the female in front. Not quite. I'd like to see her a little bit fresher in terms of her condition up through her front end. She's pushing a little extra. To me, when this heifer gets in motion, I know she's fighting the halter, and it's been a long week, but that one's just wanting to labor a little bit more. She's a little bit frailer at the surface. I think this is close because I love the power and the cowiness and the dimension. I think that female is a tremendous breeding piece, but to me, the look and balance out of the heifer that comes out of the first class is something I like a little bit extra. The young lady out of your first class is going to be your champion, and it's close that the young lady out of your second class will be reserve.
And leave these two heifers just like they came in the ring. Really, really big, stout, powerful kind of a female to win the class. Still got plenty of look to her. I love the smoothness in her design, the depth and spring of rib, the turn to her lower rib. She's really good through that chest floor. The heifer in second's an awesome heifer in her own right. I mean, this heifer's got a lot of length and extension up through that front end, very elegantly made, gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. She doesn't have quite as much to her today right through the center portion of her body as the heifer that wins the class, but two really, really nice females out here in this tough class.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the mini Hereford ring, your junior heifer calf champion will come on to Class 6. Congratulations to Ella Weldon. And reserve champion will come on to Class 7. Congratulations to Abigail Meaford. We'll now look to see Class 8 here in your senior heifer calf division. Back over in the Brahman ring, results of your junior division. Champion comes out of Class 16. Congratulations to Brewstered Cattle. And reserve champion will go to Watts Ranch. We're now going to bring in Class 22. There will be 2 entries in this class. Following this class, we'll bring in all of those single entries and select Champion Reserve Senior.
We're going to leave these two just like they came in here as well. There's a lot of give and take in these two females. The heifer that wins the class just a little stronger top than the heifer that's in second. The heifer in second runs downhill ever so slightly. The heifer that wins the class, I love the depth and spring of rib she has, the power that she has. The heifer in second, I really appreciate this heifer for the length of body, the length and extension up through that front end. Just wish she balanced out just a little bit better. Two really nice complete females out here in this class.
Well, congratulations. In Class 22, first and second will go to J&L Cattle Services. We're now going to bring in those single entries out of Class 20, 21, and 23, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior heifers. Following this division, we are going to go into your grand drive over here in your Red Brahman show.
So out here in this division, we have three single entries that just now came in. One in this first class right here is a heifer you really like for the length and extension she brings out here to the table. Really sound on her feet and legs, balances out really, really nicely. The heifer that comes out of your second class right here, another tremendously long-bodied, very stylish female. She's very up-petted. She's got lots of depth and spring of rib to her. She's really, really stout off both ends. Just a really complete female. Then we just had this heifer that comes out of your third class, win that class of two. I like this heifer. I like the depth and spring of rib and the balance she has in that class. Then your class 4 winner right here, very elegant female up through that front end, very refined through that head. Lots of femininity in this heifer, but still got some depth of body and some power to her. It's really challenging out here. We got 4 very high quality females. I'm going to go through and look at these heifers one more time, and then I'll give you a champion into this division. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, your senior champion heifer coming out of Class 21. Congratulations goes to IS Ranch Fitting Services. And congratulations, reserve in that division will come out of Class 20. Congratulations to John Goodrum. We'll now look to see your grand drive over here in Ring 1 for your Red Brahman females.
We've really had a very, very competitive Brahman show out here in your red side today. My hat's off to all you breeders and exhibitors. You've came a long, long ways in 10 years. I did something about 10 years ago and judged some of these red Brahmins, and man, they were as pretty as you can make one. They just didn't have much power to them, but that's completely changed. I mean, these things got some power. They got some look. I mean, I'm really impressed with the lineup. I mean, all the cattle that came through the ring today, very, very impressive. Congratulations on your breeding programs. You've done an excellent job. There's two heifers out here that I really, really like a lot. I'm going to go slap them here in just a minute. But if you would, before I do, give these exhibitors and breeders a big round of applause on an excellent show.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Red Brahman female coming out of that intermediate division. Congratulations goes to Brewster Cattle Company. And a big congratulations, your reserve champion's going to come out of the calf division. Congratulations to Herzog Cattle. We'll now look to get started with your Gray Brahman show. We'll start with your females. Our first two classes over here in the Gray Brahman ring are single entries, so we're going to go ahead and bring in Class 3.
big class of females here, and there's some quality all the way through. But with that being said, I still think there's an easy place to start with this young man's darker red heifer here. One that balances up really well from the side and gives you a nice look, but still has some power and some sogginess to her. I think that one's really sound in terms of her structure. A nice female and nice place to start. It gets a little bit closer to me between the next few females, but when you set him in motion, I think this here one is one that excels. I think she's just, her neck ties in a little higher. She's just a little bit more comfortable out of her front end. That heifer is a little coarser naveled and maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the female in second. Or in third, excuse me. The young lady's female in third, I think, is one that's deeper centered and soggier. Standing still, I think that one is awfully nice. To me, that one, you get her in motion, her neck falls down into her spine. She gets a little bit shorter in her neck, just not as comfortable when she moves, but that one is awfully nice when she's parked. The young man's female that's going to come out here next in the cowboy hat, another really well presented female that I like standing still. To me, this one's carrying a little more condition. She's a little lower fronted and not as attractive. When you get her in motion, that one's probably not as comfortable, but a nice female to go next. The young lady's female out here in the light blue shirt is one that's really long and extended, and I like that about her, the length of spine that she has. But when you start to study this female's rear structure is where I'd like to change her. She's just a little bit straighter there through her hock and just more rigid in the angle of her pastern. And then the young man's lighter colored female that's going to come out next is one that's stout and bold and good centered, has an easy feeding, good doing look. That one just struggles when I set her in motion. She's not as extended as the female in front of her. She really shorter and rounder out of her hip, but a nice female there. And then this dark red heifer, one that's really got a lot of bone, got a lot of stoutness, one that's neck ties in high, and I appreciate that about her. For me, again, one that I changed structurally. I'd like to soften her, especially in the center portion of her body, but a really nice female. And they just get a little bit plainer down here in the bottom pair. But to me, this female here is just a little more attractive out of her hip, a little bit softer in the center portion there of her body. And then the young man's female that's going to round out the class, one that's really practical. I think she gets around with plenty of flex and ease, one that just wants to drop her pins, get a little bit plainer and lower about her front end and deeper in her chest. But I think that one's going to make a good cow. She's still very functional and her type inclined. A really nice class of females there.
Back over here on our Brahman side, we're starting the Gray Brahman show. What a really nice female to start off this show with. Heifer, I really like a lot of things about. I like her design. I like her kind. I like her depth and spring her ribs. She's still really nice up through that front end. The heifer in second's very elegant up through that front end. I love the head on this female. Just gives up a little bit of performance out here in this class today. Two really nice females to start off our Brahman show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. First class in your senior heifer calf division. First place will go to James Glaspie. Second place, and congratulations to Legend Cooper. Third place goes to Pearson Sadie Plagg. Fourth place will go to Jace Cunningham. Fifth place, Haley Gurick. Sixth place, congratulations to Ryder Cowley. Seventh place goes to Blaine Urey. Eighth place, Jackson Terry. And ninth place to Jack Gross. Now in the ring will be Class 9. Back over to the Brahman ring, we've gotten started with your Gray Brahman female show. We brought in Class 3, first place exhibited by J&L Cattle Services, and second place went to Gracie Goodwin. We'll now bring in Class 4 here in the Gray Brahman female show.
Nice class of females here with some differences. And structurally, I'd like to change both of these females. So I think that's a wash. And when you start to study them in terms of other things, there's still some give and take. I think the young man's heifer that I like to lead out the class to me is one that's just a little more extended up front. That one's fresher in terms of her condition, and I appreciate that about her. I like the added length and extension. To me, that's what I really prefer about the young man's heifer that starts the class. You know, when she gets and goes, I said I'd like to change both of these heifers structurally. That one that could handle her rear pastern better. She's got a little extra hair there on her pastern too, and I don't think that helps the way that looks. The young man's darker red heifer that comes out here in second is one that's probably a little deeper centered and bolder bodied. I won't argue that with you, but I think that's aided by the added condition that one's carrying. To me, that one's just a little bit, you can really see it up through her front end. That one's just a little bit coarser there up through her neck and crestier about her front end. And that one too, you watch her when she gets in motion. That one's restricted. That one's a little bit frailer footed. But I do like the body and stoutness that one has. I think that one has a lot of things that would be valuable in production.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Results of Class 9. First place go to Jude Baker, and second place go to James Glassby. When I bring in Class 10, this will be your final class here in our Senior Heifer Calf Division.
Lots of give and takes out here in this class. The heifer that wins the class, I like a lot of things about, especially from her shoulder back. I really appreciate this heifer for the power that she has, the depth, the turn to her rib, way she gets out and travels off her feet and legs. She's getting a little straighter shouldered and a little shorter necked in comparison to the heifer that's in second. I really appreciate the heifer in second for the length and extension up through that neck, the femininity up through that front end. She just doesn't have quite as much to her as the heifer that wins the class from her shoulder back, and that's why she's second. The young lady's heifer in third is a very nice heifer in her own right. Really long and extended, level out through end to end. Got some depth in spring rib, moves really well on her feet and legs. Just not quite as stout or powerful as those on the top end of the class. Excellent class. Congratulations to all three of you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 over here in the Brahman ring. First place, we go to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. Second place, go to Watts Ranch. And third place, to Lena Remuke. We'll bring Class 5 in during our division drive. We're going to bring in Class 6.
Really nice class of females here, and there's only three, but I think they're all high quality. To me, the one that wins is one that still surfaces to the top of the class relatively easily, especially when you set these cattle in motion. That one's comfortable and flexible, and then you get her set up on the side, and that one balances pretty good. She's fairly attractive, nice kind of a female there. No big holes in that heifer, and I like that about her. The female that comes in here second, it mirrors some things about my class winner in terms of extension, and just look when she's parked on the profile. One that probably isn't quite as big at the surface in terms of foot and bone, one that's not as comfortable or doesn't tie her neck in quite as high there to the point of her shoulder. She just gives up those little added extras that make that other heifer a little bit nicer to look at. And then the young man's heifer that's going to come out here in third is a really stout, bold-made heifer, one that's broody in her type and kind, and the young man's done a really nice job showing her. For me, this one's skeleton is what keeps her back in the class. That one's just a little more rigid there off of her rear pastern, not as comfortable out of her rear skeleton when she gets and goes. But the young man did a really nice job with her.
Well, congratulations in Class 10 over here in the mini Hereford ring. First place. Well, again, over here in the mini Hereford ring, congratulations. First place will go to Jordan Bertram and Bennett Berend. Second place will go to Candace Alexander. And third place will go to Haley Gurek. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve, senior heifer calf.
Over here in our Brahman ring, we're going to leave these two heifers just like they came in. The heifer that wins the class, like I said in that last class, I really love this heifer from her shoulder back. Tons of volume, tons of muscle, gets out and travels really good on those back legs, pounds the ground a little bit on that front leg, a little coarser shouldered than I'd like. Heifer in second's got a front end that I do appreciate a lot of things about. I love the head shape on this female. I love the length and extension. This heifer just needs a little bit more time, and she's going to be really competitive. Just doesn't have quite as much to her from the shoulder back as the heifer that wins the class. Two really nice females out here in this class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. First place will go to V8 Ranch, and second will go to Walters Livestock. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve, heifer calf.
Really nice division of females here. The young man's darker red heifer that came out of that first class is one that I think is just stout and bold. I really love the center portion of that one's body in terms of her boldness of rib or depth of rib. And I think that one just balances really nice from the side. That one's not the most attractive up through her front end. I think that one could be a little bit more feminine there. But she ties her neck in pretty high, and when she gets out and goes, she still holds her head up and is proud about it. I think her neck matches all the power that that one has, and I'm fine with it. She's flat-shouldered. She's still feminine. Just not maybe the sleekest fronted, but a nice female there. The young man's heifer that came out of that second class in division is one that I thought was awfully nice just in terms of power and standing still. That one was one you had to appreciate things about. That one's a stout-featured, big-boned, big-footed kind of female. That heifer's problem was when you set her in motion. She just needed to handle her rear skeleton a little better. And then that third class, that heifer that came out of that class, won that class relatively easily. I really like the length and extension that female has. I think she's another one that's sound when she's set in motion. She's probably a little bit more attractive than the heifer that wins that first class, in my opinion, out of her front end. One that probably doesn't hold her head up as well when she gets in motion. She just wants to drop that front end down into her shoulder. Still think that one's sound. She gives up that little added body and that power that one out of your first class has. But I think it's close. The young man out of your first class is going to be your champion. And then the young lady or the lady that came out of that third class will be reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Your champion that division coming out of Class A, James Glaspie, and reserve champion coming out of Class 10. Congratulations to Jordan Bertram and Bennett Berend. We'll now look to get started with your next division over here in the mini Hereford ring. First class in will be Class 11.
We have three class winners out here in this division that just now came in for the first time. Your Class 1 winner right here, very, very youthful kind of a female. Got a lot of potential in front of her. Really elegant up through that front end. Got some muscle, got some stoutness to her. She's pointing the right direction on her feet and legs. Very nice female. The heifer that wins your second class right here, another one that just now came in here. A heifer's really elegant up through that front end. Maybe not as long-bodied as the heifer on either side of her, but a heifer that's got plenty of depth of body, plenty of style and pizzazz to be out here in this lineup. And then your heifer that's next to last out here in this lineup right here would be your fifth class winner. Very, very nicely designed female. When this lady gets her parked, you really like the depth and spring of rib, the length and extension up through that front end, the balance that she has. I really haven't quite made my mind up. There's three of these heifers I really like a lot. If you would, let's take these heifers on another lap and let me watch them walk around here one more time. Congratulations to all you exhibitors. We're going to leave this class just like it came in the ring. This heifer that has a little more predominant red on her is going to win the class. Really a nice balanced heifer. She's got a lot of good things to her, really feminine up through that head. She's got some length and extension. She balances out really well. She travels good on her feet and legs. The heifer in second's another really nice fronted heifer, not as extended out through that neck as the heifer that wins the class, doesn't have quite the depth right through the center portion of her body as the heifer that wins the class, but a heifer that's loaded with muscle. She's got a lot of shape down her top when you get in behind her. She carries it really well. She gets out and moves really well on her feet and legs for as powerful as she is. The next young lady's heifer in class is really stout, deep-bodied kind of a female that's got a lot of performance in her, just a little shorter bodied. She gets up under herself a little bit when she gets out here on the move. I'd like to see her level her hip out and see her move a little freer off those rear legs. Next young man's heifer is a heifer that travels really, really well on his feet and legs, and I appreciate this about the heifer, a heifer that gives up a little performance out here, but as an individual in her own right, she's a very nice female. She's got a lot of length and extension to her. She's balances out really well. She travels really well on her feet and legs. Excellent class. Congratulations to all four of you exhibitors on nice entries.
Another nice class here on the mini Hereford side, and a couple of females that come to the top that I think both have a lot of good about them, but the young lady's darker red heifer here is one that I think just has those little extras that bring her to the top. That one, you set her in motion, and to me she stays a little more collected in how she looks on the move. That one comes together standing still as well still, and she's balanced. One that I think is just broody cow. He has an easy fleshing look. A lot of good to that one. The young man's heifer that's going to come out here next is as a stout, big-footed, big-featured kind of a female. That one's probably got a little more neck extension up front. Her neck probably ties in a little bit neater when he gets her parked and gets her front end up there. To me, that's one that probably is just a little bit shallower there in her flank, and you set her in motion. Wants to pinch just a little bit there in her loin, but aside from that, that one's pretty good when you get her in motion. The heifers that come out here next are ones that just start to get a little bit plainer. The young man's heifer here to me is a frailer made heifer, not quite as much look, but at the same time I think that's a really broody, cowy kind of a female, one that gets out and moves well. Nothing really wrong with her except she just doesn't have those extras that those two have up there. And the young man's heifer that's going to come out next in class, one that probably has a little more mass and dimension than the female in front of her. To me, one that just gets a little bit plainer, a little bit lower fronted, a little bit just less attractive there about her front end. The young man's heifer next is one that just gives up a little added body, just a little added body in center dimension. Like to see her a little bit deeper in the center portion of her flank. But to me, that one still has a little more center in her than the heifer that's going to come out next. The heifer that's going to round out the class is a long, extended female, one that's just giving up that added volume there in the center part of her body, one that's a little lower fronted and not as attractive. But again, nice female that the young lady has, a good class of females.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. First place in that last class exhibited by IS Ranch Fitting Services. Second place will go to J&L Cattle Services. Third place was exhibited by Gracie Goodwin, and fourth to Case Britton. Now in ring one will be class 10 here in your intermediate division. Back over the mini Hereford ring, results out of class 11. First place exhibited by Abigail Meaford. Second place exhibited by Blaine Urey. Third place went to Jack Gross. Fourth will go to Jonas Terry. Fifth place exhibited by Jace Terry. And sixth place went to Bailey Danson. Now in the ring is class 12, your final class before our intermediate yearling division.
Two really, really nice females on the top end of this class. There's some give and take on these two females. For the wins the class just simply balances out a little nicer than the heifer in second. I love the way this heifer balanced, the length and extension up through that front end, the strength in her top line, the way her hip ties into her top line, the way she carries it down into those pins and gets out and travels around the ring. Very nice individual. The heifer in second is just really a broody female. Tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib in this heifer. Got worlds of muscle in them. Still put together in a very, very nice package. Very complete and very elegant to look at. The heifer in third is a very stout featured female as well. Really a lot of muscle down her top and through her hip. She gets out and travels really well for as powerful as she is. Gives up a little bit in terms of overall depth of body in comparison to the two right above her, but another really stout-ended, functional kind of a female. The heifer that follows her in class just gives up a little bit of power in comparison to those above her. Very, very elegant fronted heifer, laid in really nice on those shoulders. Got a lot of length and extension, really pretty up through that head. Balances out very nice on her feet and legs. Little stouter female following her right here. I like the thickness this heifer has in her top line through her hip and her quarter. Heifer's just a little plainer in her overall design. She droops a little more than those from her hooks to her pin. She's a little straighter in that shoulder and plainer in that front end. Very sound, functional kind of female following her. A heifer that just gives up a little bit of total performance comparison to the others in this class. I just like to see this heifer with a little more pounds on her today. Excellent class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Gray Brahman ring. Results out of Class 10. First place was exhibited by VA Ranch. Second place will go to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. Third place went to Walters Livestock. Fourth place will go to Lena Remuke. Fifth place exhibited by Allison Avercades. And sixth place will go to Caitlin Britton. Now in the ring will be Class 12. This will be the final class we'll see here before your intermediate champion drive.
Really nice class here on the mini Hereford side, and I think you really have to study these two because there's some give and some take. Ultimately, the young man's heifer up front, I think, is one that I just appreciate in freshness of condition when you start to study the two. That one's a little bit neater in her chest. She's a little bit more extended up there through her front end, and just a little bit more attractive to me in that regard. One that's probably not quite as deep and robust bodied as the darker red heifer in second, but I do think you get him behind her, and that one's probably bigger hipped in her pin set. I think when you get out, when these two females get out and go, they're both exceptionally sound. To me, it's just the added look, the added freshness that female up front has. The young lady's dark red heifer here in second is one that is, she gets her parked, and that one can give you a really nice look. The young lady does an exceptional job getting her shown. To me, that one's just a little bit fuller there down in her chest. She's not as attractive and feminine there up at the top of her neck. That one is just a little bit deeper centered to me. At times looks like she balances better. There's a little frailer footed female when she gets and goes, but man, a tough class there. Both really nice females.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 12 in your mini Hereford ring. First place will go to Sutton Selzer, and second place will go to Haley Gurink. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve here in your intermediate division.
Two really, really good females on the top of this class. Heifer I'm going to use to win the class. I really like this heifer for the length of body that she brings out here, the way her toes all point in the same direction when she's on the move. She's very, very balanced in her overall makeup, just a very youthful, very fresh kind of a female. The heifer in seconds, the heifer when she walked in the ring, I mean, this thing is loaded with power. I love the depth and spring of rib this heifer has. I love the muscle to this heifer. She's got a little more condition up through that front end. She's pigeon toes ever so slightly on that front end when she's coming at you, but a heifer that's got a world of good to her. The heifer that's coming in right behind her just gets outperformed just a little bit in this class. But man, ladies and gentlemen, this is a really, really good female right here in her own right. She balances out really good. She's got a lot of length and extension up through that front end. She's really good through that rib shape. She's sound. Just gets outpowered just a little bit with the two right above her. Excellent class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. In Class 12, first place will go to Brewster Cattle Co., second place to Rich Cattle Co., and third place will go to Dylan Garza. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Select Champion Reserve in your intermediate division.
Tough division here on the mini Hereford side, and I think there's some differences in things you really have to appreciate about both of these females. The young lady's darker red heifer that came out of that first class, one that's more moderate in her type and kind, bolder, and just a little more robust there in her center body. I like that about her. I think that one's just a little bit bigger footed, a little bit bigger featured, just a little more bone than the female that comes out of that second class. One to me that's not quite as attractive is the heifer that comes out of that second class, not as long and as extended up through that front end, probably has a little more chest, and just not quite as feminine. The female that comes out of that second class can give you an awfully nice look sometimes from the side. It's one that's long and extended. She's attractive about her front end. She's a little bit cleaner out of her chest and more refined there at the top of her neck than the female out of that first class. Another one that's sound when you set her in motion, but to me sometimes I wonder if that one's as good centered, if she's good enough bodied. It just kind of depends on the look she gives you, but I'll go out and pick your grand and your reserve in that division.
So in this division, we have one that just came in here as a single entry, and this one is the third one in the class as a class winner. Lots of times when you don't see these class winners and they come in here for a division, you're kind of hoping they line up. But, I mean, this one's a contender out here in this division. I like this female a lot of power to her, really good on her feet and legs, very sound, put together in a very, very nice package. I'm going to go look through these one more time and select the two that I like the best. If you would, give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a nice set of females.
And congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring, your champion intermediate yearling. Come out of class 11. Congratulations to Abigail Meaford and reserve champion, who go to Sutton Stelzer, coming out of class 12. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in class 13. Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring, your intermediate champion coming out of class 10. Congratulations goes to V8 Ranch.
young lady brings out a nice single entry here in the miniature Hereford side. One that I think is exceptionally good on her feet and legs. That one gets around and goes with a lot of flex and ease and comfort. One that's pretty good in the center portion of her body. Oh, to me, there's a little bit of a few little tweaks, you know, that you can make to make that one balance up better. She gets a little bit shorter and plainer out of that front end. One that's a little bit bigger naveled, and that one gets like a little bit shorter and rounder in her hip. But I think that's one powerful, sound, nice made female with a lot of good. It'll be interesting to see her out here in division.
Well, congratulations. In Class 13, first place exhibited by Emma Bush. We'll now look to see your final class in our spring yearling division. This will be Class 14. And congratulations, back over in the Brahman ring, your reserve and your intermediate heifer division will come out of Class 10 as well. Congratulations goes to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. We'll now look to get started with your junior heifer division. First class in will be Class 15.
Three super good females out here in this class as we're getting to these yearling females. Heifer I'm going to use to win the class. Just love her up through her front end. She's laid in so nice and smooth in those shoulders, so elegant up through that head, really extended up through that front end. Heifer's got plenty of depth and spring of rib to her. I'd like to see her take a little better stride off those rear legs today, but a heifer that you really, really appreciate a lot of things about. The heifer in second's a heifer that's very long and balances out very, very well. A heifer that's got a lot of length and extension to her. She's not quite as feminine up through that head area. She's a little jammed up in her neck in comparison to the heifer that wins the class, but from her shoulders back, man, this thing balances out really, really good. She's really good through that flank, gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. The heifer in third's another extremely nice female. Lots of length and extension to her. She's got some muscle, some design to her. A heifer that gives up a little bit in terms of performance compared to these other heifers out here, but I really like the structural correctness and the design of this female.
Over here on the mini Hereford side, a really nice way to start this class. The female that's going to lead out the class is exceptional when she gets out in motion. I think that one is extremely good structured, very flexible and very correct in her build, and I like that about her. To me, that's where she excels, but then she brings it all together. Balance is fairly nice from the side. The young lady does a nice job getting that one presented. A nice female. The heifer that's going to come out here next in class is a really stout-made kind of a female, big-featured, big-footed, big-legged, but still relatively smooth in her joints, and I like that about her. To me, one that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as our class winner. She gets a little bit heavier in the front end there over in their front third. Probably could use just a little bit more flank. But I do think she still has a little more body and rear flank than the heifer that comes out here in third. The young man's heifer that comes out here in third is another well-built, very sound kind of a female. One that's wanting to fight the young man a little bit, but she still gets out and moves good. I like that heifer's length and extension. I like her freshness at condition. To me, that's one that just needs a little more lower third to compete in this class just to help her balance up. And then the young man's heifer that's going to round out the class, a moderate kind of a female there who's got some stoutness, plenty of bone and foot. Just one to me that gives up some length and extension, is a little less attractive there about her front end. But she just ran into a really nice class of females. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Results out of class 14. First place was exhibited by Jordan Bertram. Second place go to Cadence Yuri. Third place went to Jude Baker. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds, select a champion reserve here in your spring yearling division.
Another nice division here on the mini Hereford side. And it's been an enjoyable one to sort through, especially with this playlist going in the background. Never thought I'd get to listen to some Kesha while I judged a cow show, but it's pretty cool. The heifer that comes out of this first class, again, that was one that really liked for that one's, we get her in motion. I thought that one was flexible, and I liked that about her. I think that one was a good fleshing, easy doing kind of a female. I like the stoutness that one has and the boldness of rib. But the young lady's heifer that came out of that second class in this division is one that I just really thought was a nice female. One again that I just called her out on how good that one was structurally in the class. I think that one balances up nice from the side. She'll be your champion, and then the heifer that comes out of that second class again, I think she just has those little extra pieces that make her high quality in terms of balance. That one will be reserved.
Back over here in our Brahman ring, we have 4 very different kind of females out here, but 4 very good females. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class, she just gets out and travels so well on her feet and legs. She's so sound when she moves, just glides around the ring. And then when you get this heifer stopped, it's really neat to look at. She's really extended up through that front end. She's probably not as deep-bodied or doesn't appear to be as deep-bodied as some of these other heifers out here, but she's plenty deep for as long-bodied as she is. She still hits her stride. Just very impressive female up here on the top end. The heifer in second's a really nice, complete kind of a female. Her color kind of makes her a little harder to look at when you get out here with all these gray ones. But a heifer I appreciate a lot of things about. I love the rib shape she has in the rear rib portion of her rib, the length and extension she has, the squareness and levelness down her top line. She's not as long-fronted as the heifer that wins the class or as long-bodied, but there's a lot of good in this heifer, and I really appreciate her for a lot of things. The next heifer in class is a tremendously nice balanced female, really straight and strong in that top line. Really nice hip design on this heifer. She gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. A little tighter in that rear rib area in comparison to the heifer directly above her, but a heifer that you really appreciate for all the good she has. The next heifer in class is probably the stoutest ended, thickest heifer out here, and I appreciate that about her. But in comparison to these other heifers, she's a little rounder shouldered, she's a little rounder out through her hip, but a lot of that goes along with her being the stoutest heifer. I appreciate that. 4 excellent heifers. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. In Class 17, first place to go to Brewster Cattle Company. Second place to go to Walters Livestock. Third place to go to Watts Ranch. And fourth place to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select as champion reserve junior heifers. Back over the mini Hereford ring, results out of your spring yearling female division. Champion coming out of Class 13, congratulations goes to Emma Bush. And reserve champion will come out of Class 14. Congratulations to Jordan Bertram. Now in the ring is Class 15. This will be your only class in this division. Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring in your junior heifer division. Champion will come out of Class 17. Congratulations to Brewster Cattle Company. And congratulations, your reserve champion in that division. Coming out of the same class, congratulations goes to Walters Livestock. We'll now look to start your senior heifer division. First class in the ring will be class 21.
Really nice division of mini Hereford heifers here. It's a class, it's going to be a single class and a single division, but there's a lot of give and take between these two females, and it was one that was a little bit tougher for me to sort, and I'll just kind of tell you why. The young lady's female that comes out and it's going to win this division and win this class, to me, is one that is just a little bit smoother in her type and kind. I think that one's smoother shouldered and just a little bit more feminine and refined. I think that one handles her rear skeleton a little better when set in motion. But on the flip side of that, I don't think she's as comfortable out of her front end. But I think that one ultimately just balances up a little better from the side. She's just a little bit deeper flanked. Really nice female. The young lady's heifer that's going to be second in this class and second in this division, I see that one as a really neat and intriguing breeding piece. That one is long and attractive. She's really fresh in her condition, and I like that about her. That one is big-hipped and stout. She's got some muscle. She's bold-bodied, and that one gets out and moves fairly well out of her front end. To me, that one gets a little bit coarser there about her shoulder, and when you set her in motion, in my opinion, that one could be just a little bit more comfortable there on her rear pastern. To me, that one doesn't have quite as much flank and just doesn't balance up quite as good as the one that wins that division. But man, I think that one's neat. I think that one's a neat breeding piece that that young lady gets to take home.
Congratulations over here in class 15. This is also your junior yearling division.
I'm going to leave these two just like they are when they came in. Really, really nice pair of heifers right here. The heifer that wins the class is just a tick longer bodied than the heifer that's in second. Really a lot of mass and power to both these females. I'm really impressed with both of these females, the way they get out and move around the ring. They're both heavy bred. They got a lot of length and extension to them. They're very easy to look at, but still really, really powerful. Congratulations to both you exhibitors.
Well, back over here in the mini Hereford ring, your champion junior yearling. We'll go to Lucy Carmen, and reserve champion will go to Jacqueline Paget. We'll now look to see class 16 over here in the mini Hereford ring. This will be your only entry here in our junior yearling division. Senior yearling division, my apologies. Back over in the Brahman ring, results on a class 21. First place exhibited by VA Ranch, and second will go to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. We'll now bring in those first and seconds as well as your two single entry classes. Our judge will select as champion reserve senior females.
As soon as we come in for this division, we had two single entries that just came in here. Your class winner out of your second class, she's got her stopped out here. Man, that thing's really, really attractive. Got a lot of length and extension to her. I like the depth and spring of rib that she brings out here. Just a very nice, complete kind of a female. And then a cow-calf pair comes out of your third class right here. Elegant cow, really nice calf. Got a lot of power and mass to this cow. She's really balanced in her udder development. Just a really nice, complete pair out there. I'm going to go out here and give these three one more look through real quick. If you would, give these exhibitors a big round of applause, and I'll go select the two that I like the best.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your senior champion will come out of class 23. Congratulations goes to V8 Ranch. And reserve champion will come out of class 21. Also, congratulations goes to V8 Ranch. We'll now look to see all of our division champion and reserves over here in ring one. Our judge, Mr. Chad Breeding, is going to select his grand and reserve grand champion, Gray Brahman females.
Couple nice females here in your senior yearling division, and I'm going to leave them in the order that they came in. And the heifer that came in first will be your champion in this division, and the heifer that came in second will be reserve in this division. To me, ultimately, I think this female that's going to win the division, just a little more mass and center body there. One that's just a little, probably looks a little bit further along in Kef to me. I like to see her even show a little bit more development, but I think I like that one's added body that one has. The darker red heifer that's going to be second or reserve in this division, a really long extended female, and I like that about her. I think that one's pretty comfortable in her skeleton. To me, that one just gets a little shallower bodied, could just use a little more rib and a little overall dimension. But a really nice female. I like the freshness and condition that one is in.
Back over here for our champion Gray Brahman female. We've got 4 division winners and 4 reserve division winners out here that I'm very, very pleased with. It's been a real pleasure to judge and sort through these females today. I've had a lot of fun doing the reds and now the grays. I mean, we've got a lot of quality out here. I'm really, really impressed with how far this breed's come as far as structural correctness, keeping some power in them, and really getting a really cool look out of them. I mean, now these are out here show cows. They all look like show cows. They're all proud to be out here. They're very up-headed. They still got a look, but they still can be functional females that'll go out in the pasture, have some longevity, and produce some awesome females and great bulls on down the road. My hat's off to all you exhibitors in both these lines and those that are already back in the barns on an awesome female show. Congratulations. At this time, I'll go select the 2 that I like the best. If you would, give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a nice lineup of females.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Gray Brahman female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, going to V8 Ranch, coming out of that senior division. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Gray Brahman female, coming out of our intermediate division. A big congratulations also to V8 Ranch. Over here in the mini Hereford ring, we are getting started with your grand drive of our female show. Over here in ring one, we'll get started with your red Brahman bull show here in just a couple minutes.
Everybody, give all of these exhibitors a round of applause out here. This mini Hereford show has been really good from top to bottom. I didn't know what kind of quality I expected to get, but I think you get past this first row and you look at the second row, and those are all cattle that could be standing out here too. I just think it was a really deep show, so congratulations to all the breeders here. Before I go through and talk them quickly, I just want to say that I think this is a great program. I think what it does for these juniors is great, but you know, as somebody who raises seed stock, I think these open shows are awesome, just so everybody can see what you're bringing to town and what you're doing with your program. So just because an animal isn't standing out here today doesn't mean I don't think that they don't have tremendous breeding value. So that's not to discount anything that's out here. The ones that are out here, though, I think, to me, I just like the ones that were fresh and sound and maternal in their type and kind. That young lady's heifer that comes out of that first class, I think, is so high quality. That one's got a really bright future. That one is so good on her feet and legs and so square in her build. She's youthful up through her front end. I think that one's just an awfully, awfully nice heifer. The young lady's a louder marked, longer socked heifer that came out here out of that second division. She won that division because I just thought she was more comfortable in motion. I thought she was just a little more attractive, youthful, and fresher, and I really like that about her. I think that one looks like a player. That one balances up good. You know, when we talked, or if you want to be really, really picky, when you set that one in motion, maybe that one isn't quite, it could be a little bit square when you study her off of her rear too when she tracks, but like still that one's sound, that one's flexible. That one definitely looks the part in terms of balance. And then that heifer that came out of that third division just has cow written all over her, just big bodied, stout, sound. One that's probably not as attractive up through that front end, but at the same time she's got a lot of power to go with it. I think it matches her. Past her, I think the young lady's heifer that came out here, this young lady here in the black shirt that comes out of that fourth division, another cowy, just sound, soggy kind of a female. The young lady does a nice job showing her. To me, one that's a little heavier in her condition. She's carrying a little more chest, gets a little bit plainer there up through her front end. But there's a lot to appreciate and a lot of good in that one. And then this lighter red heifer that came out of this fifth division, that was one that just was so sound when you get her in motion. I know these cattle are getting tired. It's been a long day. Really good structured female. If you want to get nitpicky on her, that's one to me that just is getting a little bit plainer out here in this drive when you start to compare her to the rest. Just a little more throat, a little more chest, but you know, I don't think that hurts her in production. That doesn't hurt her as a cow. And then you get into these last two divisions of these older heifers here. This young lady's female that comes out of the second to last division, just stout, massive, another good built kind of a female. To me, one that gives up some of the added look. Not quite as neat, not as feminine as some of these other heifers out here. Has cow power written all over. And then again in that last division, one of those heavier bred females, again, just cowy, nice female. Probably one that's just a little bit not quite as attractive out here today, doesn't come together quite as good, but another one you got to appreciate. She matches everything in terms of just being sound and good structured. Really close show. Guys, give these exhibitors one more round of applause.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Miniature Hereford female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming out of that first division, congratulations to Paisley Weatherly.
As we bring out that second and that first division, man, that was a tough division. Another high quality individual. She certainly looks the part out here. She's certainly one that deserves a look. But I'm going to go ahead and I'll give them one last look and select your reserve.
And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, miniature Hereford female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations to Ella Weldon. Again, a big congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We will be going into our miniature Hereford bull show here in just a couple minutes. I do believe we're going to go into your para females class over here in ring 2 for your mini Hereford show. After we do that, then we'll go into your bull show.
All these exhibitors bring out a couple of nice pairs of female. The two young men here couldn't tell they're twins, and they bring about out a pair of heifers that look a lot alike too. A lot of similarity going on in this pair. And then you have this young man's pair out here and this young lady's pair of calves, and I think the one female is tremendous. That was one that was out here, and she was certainly in the hunt and that drive. And then the other heifer is one that I think is a nice broody kind of female, one that's not probably as structurally as good. So, to me, I like the two on the left. To me, are both high quality individuals. They're both consistent. I'm going to go ahead and these two young men will be your champion, and then you two will be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2 in your pair of female class. First place will go to the Harris boys, and second place will go to the Glassbees. Again, congratulations. It looks like we're going to take a backdrop break here in ring 2. We'll get started with your Mini Hereford Bull Show in just a couple minutes. Well, over here in ring 2, we're going to get started with your Mini Hereford Bull Show. First class in the ring will be class 19.
Difficult class of bull calves over here on the Mini Hereford side. A lot of differences between these. They're all really young bulls out here. I think summer borns is what they are. But to me, the young lady's dark red bull here, it just is one that excels in terms of structural correctness and soundness. Personally, I'd like to see him a little more manly and burly, but he's a young calf, and I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that's going to come with age. I think that one's just more correct. I like to see him a little softer centered, but he's young. I think those are all things that can be corrected with age. And the young lady did a nice job showing him, a nice job rebounding from that and getting him stuck. A couple of other nice calves here. Both I'd like to change structurally, but the young lady's calf here, I think, probably has the slight structural advantage of being more comfortable out of the front end of his skeleton. And to me, when they stand still, is one that just balances up a little bit better from the side. And then the young man's bull that's going to round out the class, he's done a nice job getting him shown. He is the most masculine calf out here. He's stout. He's rugged. I like that about him. A lot of bone, a lot of power. To me, one that just needs to be a little bit softer centered, bolder sprung. And when you set that one in motion, I think that one just needs to be more comfortable off both ends of his skeleton.
Well, congratulations in our first class over here in your miniature Hereford Bull Show. First place go to Abigail Meaford. Second place go to Emerson Barano. And third place go to Jet Baker. We'll now look to see Class 20 over here in Ring 2. And over in our Brahman ring, we've gotten started with your red Brahman Bull Show first class in the ring. First class in the ring is actually going to be your division selection. So this will be your Bull Calf Champion Reserve.
This first division of the Bull Show, all these were single entries in class, so we just brought them out here in a division. Bull that wins your first class right here, extremely long-bodied bull. He's a May calf. He's got a lot of extension to him, a lot of growth to him. I really like this bull for the depth of spring of rib that he brings along with his length of body. Just a very complete, athletic kind of an individual. Really a nice balancing bull, comes out of your second class, really straight in his lines, good hip, gets out and travels really well on his feet and legs. Another really nice single entry out here. The bull that comes out of your third class right here, your March Bull calf, has got some power to him. He's got some to him. He's still got a really nice look. A bull that gets and moves around the ring really well and got some depth and spring of rib. And then we got a January bull that comes out of this last class right here. Big old powerful kind of a bull. He's got a lot of volume to him, a lot of mass, really wide when you view him down the top and get in behind him. Really four nice bulls out here. I like all four of these a lot. I'm going to go look through them one more time before I pick your division and reserve in this lineup. But if you would, give these exhibitors a really nice round of applause for an excellent set of bull calves.
Another nice class of three bulls over here on the mini Hereford side. And the bull that wins this class does so pretty easily, in my opinion. I think this calf walked in here and I just latched onto him. That one just hits you hard. He's got a lot of look. He's really extended up through that front end, really well balanced. You get in behind him and he's stout. He's got a lot of offer there. I think that one is awful neat, and it'll be fun to see him back out in this drive. And then a little more differences between the two out here next. The young lady's darker red, softer haired calf there. One that's a little longer and more extended. Probably one that is just, to me, a little bit neater up through that front end, and I like that about him. At the same time, I'd like to see that bull a little bit softer there in his center body and rib, and that's where the bull in third has the advantage. That's a really rugged bull there. He's got some muscle, really soft in the center portion of his body, and I think he's built good. To me, that's one that just gets a little plainer in terms of his look. A little lower front end. I got a little more, just a little more front end up there.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your calf champion will go to Herzog Cattle, and reserve will go to Watts Ranch. We're now going to bring in Class 35 and Class 38, and our judge will select a champion reserve here in your intermediate division. Back over in the mini Hereford ring, results out of Class 20, first place exhibited by Devery Darbin. Second place will go to Haley Gurick, and third place go to Jack Gross. Now in the ring's your final class before we select our champion reserve spring bull calves. This is Class 21.
As they're leading these two single bulls in, single class winners in for this division right here. Bull that wins your first class right here has got a little tremendous length and extension up through that front end. Lots of natural thickness when you view him down on the top, especially right behind the shoulder, down his top to his hip. Really square when you get in behind him. Bull's laboring just ever so slightly on that front end as he's going around the ring, but a bull that you really appreciate for the thickness and power he brings out here. The bull that wins your second class right here, a really long-sided kind of a bull, really got a lot of depth and spring of rib. He moves really well on his feet and legs. I like this bull a lot. He's going to be champion in this division, and your Class 1 winner is going to be reserved. Congratulations to both you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your champion intermediate bull goes to Herzog Cattle, and reserve champion will go to Circle T Cattle Company, LLC. Okay, and over here in the Brahman ring, your junior champion was a single entry from J&L Cattle Services. At this time, we're going to bring in Class 46. This will be the only class we bring in here in your senior division. We'll then go right into division after this class.
Another really nice class of bulls here, and the dark red bull that leads out this class is one it's really intriguing. Bull looks so good standing still from the side. He balances up. He's manly. He's burly. He's stout, he's heavy muscled, he's a lot of things a bull should be. And I like that about him. He's got that rib. He looks like he can make bulls or females. He looks pretty versatile. When you get that bull in motion, that bull's probably a little too soft pasterned. It's a thing that he's just not handling him very well when he gets out in motion. He's wanting to be a little awkward there. Aside from that, I think that bull's pretty nice. The bull that comes out here in second, really neat looking calf, really extended out of his front end. I like that about him. One to me that he just from a balance perspective isn't quite as nice as our class winner. Could use a little more center body. Those are things that can come with time. I think that bull calf's got a bright future. And then the calf that rounds out the class, another nice bull this young man has. He's masculine, he's stout. I like that about him. You set him in motion and he's probably a little more rigid there in the angle of his pastern. He could be a little bit softer when you compare him to the two ahead of him. A little bolder in his shoulder. But man, it's a nice bull, and it's just a tough class, and the young man does a really good job showing him there.
Two really nice bulls out here in this class. Bull I'm going to elect to use to win the class is a bull that just has a little more length of body when you get out here and compare the two. A really, really stout-ended bull. Huge forearm on this guy right here. Really nice set of testicles. He's a little tighter in his sheath than the bull that's in second. When he gets him set up, you just a really impressive individual through his hip and his quarter and his hind leg, the way he gets out and travels off that back, off those rear legs. Both these bulls will labor just a little bit on the front end as they're getting a ring, so that's kind of a push on both of them. Really long-bodied, nice, powerful kind of bull to win the class. The bull that's coming in second, that's nothing against this bull. I mean, you've got to appreciate this bull for the power and stoutness that he has. When you get up and look at this bull down his top, he's just square from his shoulders all the way back to his hip. Really square hip. Doesn't have quite as much expression of muscle through the center portion of his quarter and the lower stifle as the bull that wins the class. Not quite as much forearm as the bull that wins the class. Gives up just a little bit in overall terms of length of body. Two excellent bulls. Congratulations to both of you exhibitors on a nice set of bulls.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2. Results out of Class 21, your final class in our Spring Bull Calf Division. First place was exhibited by Charles and Beverly Dale. Second place went to Bentley Baldwin. And third place to Jace Cunningham. Now currently in Ring 2 is your Spring Bull Calf Drive. Back over in the Brahman ring, we have the results from Class 46. Red Brahman Bulls, first place went to Herzog Cattle, and second will go to Walters Livestock. Now in the ring, we're going to select your Champion Reserve Senior Bulls.
As they're bringing these two bulls around here in this division, bull that wins your second class right here just came in. Just a really, really eye-appealing kind of a bull. A lot of length and extension to this bull. He balances out really, really well. Got a lot of muscle when you view him down the top. He's really sound on his feet and legs. Gets really close out here in my mind for what we're going to do for Champion and Reserve in this drive out here. But three excellent bulls, three powerful bulls that can go out and sure be breed and be herd changers out here. Congratulations to you exhibitors on a nice lineup of bulls.
Over here on the mini Hereford side, three nice bulls in this calf division. That calf that comes out of that first class, just a nice functional calf. He's going to get a little out-horsed here today in this drive, but I think that's a calf that has a bright future. The two bulls behind him are where the sword is, and I think they're very interesting and very different. The young lady's bull calf, that lighter colored calf, really extended, really good-looking individual. I think he's got a lot of hip in him, just one that's awfully intriguing. He gets out and moves well. Plenty masculine for me. I think that's a neat bull. He doesn't have quite as much ruggedness and softness as the bull, this dark red bull that came out of the third class. That bull is rugged and he looks like a bull. He looks like bulls ought to look. For me, that one, you get him in motion is where I want to change him. Well, he reads pretty good in his angles while he's standing there. He gets a little soft and awkward there on his rear pasterns. And, from a breeding perspective, when you start to mate him up with a lot of other heifers, I think that's not necessarily a problem. I think there's a lot of things that bull can work on. But for me today, he's just a little too awkward on those rear two. The young lady with the lighter colored bull out of the second class will be your champion, and then this darker colored bull will be reserve.
As they bring these division champions in out here, we got one that comes out of the third division right here that we're just now seeing for the first time. Bull that fits out really, really well out here in this lineup. Really tremendously long-bodied, stout, powerful kind of a bull that gets around the ring really well. Got a big old thick groove in his top. It means he's got a lot of muscle right down there through that ribeye area back into his hip. Very complete bull. Glad to be he's out here in this drive. Very competitive. It's really, really challenging out here. We got 4 excellent bulls that can all get out and travel really well on their feet and legs. They got some mass, some power, some masculinity to them. They're all really nicely developed in their testicles for their age. They're really pretty clean for Brahmins through their sheath area, and I appreciate that. Excellent set of bulls. Congratulations to all you exhibitors. At this time, I'm going to go select your Grand and Reserve in this division, your Grand and Reserve Red Brahman bull.
Well, congratulations back over here in the mini Hereford ring. Results out of your spring bull calf division. Congratulations, your champion exhibited by Devery Darbin, and reserve went to Charles and Beverly Dale. Now coming in the ring will be class 22. And over here in the Red Brahman ring, congratulations, your grand champion, Red Brahman bull, here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of your senior division, Watts Ranch. Congratulations to those folks.
Nice class of bull calves here, and the young man's bull that leads off the class is the one I prefer. When you get him and look at him on the side, I think he's just a higher quality, better balanced calf of the two. You get him behind him, and he's got a little more muscle, a little more hip in him. I like that about that calf. The bull that comes in second in this class is one that's probably a little bigger boned, a little bigger footed, and stouter featured. To me, he's just a little bit coarser made kind of a bull who gives up that added softness of body. I'd like to pick him up there in his pin set and just make him a little stouter. But I mean, I think that's a bull that it's got a bright future.
And congratulations back over here in the Red Brahman ring, your reserve champion also coming out of the senior division. Congratulations goes to Walters Livestock. We're now going to get started with your Gray Brahman Bull Show. First class in the ring over here is class 28. And back over in the miniature Hereford ring, results of Class 22, first place exhibited by Kenny Alley Peterson, and second place went to Indiana Greenfield. Now in the rings, your final class here in our junior bull calf division.
Back over here in our gray Brahman side of the reed, I'm going to leave these two like they are when they came in. There's some give and take on these. I just really like the balance and design of the calf that comes in first in the ring. I like his length of neck. I like his depth and spring of rib from his forerib all the way back into his rear rib. When you get on top of this bull, he's got a huge amount of muscle down his top and through his quarter. Just a really nice, complete individual. Little stouter, little more powerful bull right here in second. He doesn't balance out quite as nicely as the bull calf that wins the class, but two really, really nice calves. Congratulations to both of you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Gray Brahman ring. First place in Class 28 will go to IS Ranch Fitting Services, as well as second place. We'll now look to see Class 29.
Another nice class of bulls here, and two individuals. I think you got to take your time and watch them, but you know, when you set them in motion is where they sort themselves. I think the young man's bull up front is just more comfortable when set in motion. I think that bull is just handles his hind two with a little more authority. That's one to me that's a little more genuine in terms of his width and his base width. I think that bull's got some muscle when you get in behind him and you study him, and he's masculine and burly, and that guy gets him parked. And he balances really nice from the side. Now he's a little bit frailer than the bull in second. That bull in second is a bigger bone, stouter featured one. His probably shoulder lays into him a little bit better, and I will admit that. To me, that bull gets a little more awkward in how he handles his rear skeleton. And he's one that when you get in behind him, probably could stouten him up from behind just underneath in terms of base width. But that's a really nice individual, and that was a tough class.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Results out of Class 23. First place will go to James Glaspie, and second place will go to Taylor Woods. We'll now bring the first and seconds in. Selected Champion Reserve Junior Bull Calf.
Nice division of bulls out here on the mini Hereford side. And the young man's bull that comes out of that first class is one that can sure give you a look. That one's head and neck tying to his top of his shoulder really neat and high. And one balances up pretty nice from the side. You know, out here he's younger, but he's probably looking a little out horse. He's just a little bit frailer, probably gives up some power and dimension. That bull that comes out of that second class is one that was just so stout and masculine, and I like that about him. And he gets in motion and he keeps himself collected and looks nice. He's going to be your champion. And then as the young lady pulls her bull in that's out of that next class too, one that's just so soggy and soft, you got to appreciate that about him. Well, I'd change him a little there on his rear too. I think there's enough good to offset that. She's going to be your reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring. Your champion junior bull calf coming out of class 23, exhibited by James Glaspie, and reserve also out of class 23. Congratulations goes to Taylor Woods. We'll now look to see class 24 here in your senior bull calf division.
There's definitely some give and take in this Brahman class right here. The bull that I'm going to start to win the class is the stoutest, heaviest muscle bull in the class. When you analyze him down the top, he's thicker right down his top through his hip and in his quarter than the other bulls. He's a little longer bodied bull, a little stouter. I like the depth and spring of rib of this bull and the length and extension that he brings out here. Does he balance up quite as nicely as any of all the bulls in the class? No, he doesn't. I'd like to kind of level his hip out ever so slightly and maybe pull him up right behind his shoulders just a hair, level him out a little better. But a really, really nice, complete kind of a bull. The bull that's coming in second is another really stout-ended kind of a bull. He's got a lot of muscle down his top through his hip and his quarter. He's got some depth and spring of rib to him. He gets out and travels really well around the ring. I like the slope to his shoulder, the set to his knee, just really sound, fluid-moving kind of a bull. The bull that's coming in third is probably the nicest balanced bull out here when you get this bull stopped and get him on a profile. Where I have an issue with him is when he gets on the move. He's a little straight-shouldered. He's a little choppy in that front end when he's moving around the ring. Very nice look to look at. Very straight and level in his top line. Nice class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in class 29. First place to go to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. Second place and third will go to IS Ranch Fitting Services. Class 30 is a single entry, so first place in that class will be Circle T Cattle Co. We're now going to bring in class 31.
Nice class of fall-born bulls here, but I'm going to go ahead and start with this young lady's dark red bull up front. I think one that just overwhelms in terms of just length, extension, volume, and power. That's a really stout-made, masculine bull. You get in behind him, and he's really big-hipped. I'd like to see that bull a little softer centered. He gets a little bit deep in his chest relative to where, he is at the center portion of his body and his flank. He just looks a little harder. But, man, that's a big-hipped bull, and he gets around relatively good out here. I'd like to relax him a little in the angle of his shoulder, but at the same time, I still think that he's more comfortable out of his shoulder and in his spine than the bull that's going to come out here second. The bull that's going to come out here in second is one that's probably a little bit softer there in the center portion of his body, probably a little bit bolder in his rib. But to me, that bull's given up a little added volume, and he's one that needs just to be more comfortable there out of his front end. He's just too rocked forward in the angle of his shoulder and just gets tighter in his back and his spine as he gets out and goes.
Really nice bulls out here in this class. So the bull I'm going to use to win the class, really a stylish individual. He's got a lot of mass and volume to him. He gets out and travels really well on his feet and legs. Really nice to look at when he's on the profile. The bull in second doesn't have quite as much depth right through the center portion of his body, and I don't like his feet shape quite as much as the bull that wins the class. Very stylish, very unique individual as far as his length and extension up through that front end, the levelness of hip, and the squareness when you get in behind him. Two excellent calves in this class. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the mini Hereford ring. Results of Class 24. First place went to Cadence Erie, and second place to go to Grant Bain. We'll now look for Class 25 here in ring 2. This will be your final class in this division. Back over in the Brahman ring, results out of Class 31. First place exhibited by Thibodeau Brahman Ranch, and second place went to IS Ranch Fitting Services. Now in the ring will be your final class in this division. This will be Class 32.
Another really nice class of fall-born bulls on the mini Hereford side, and not to take anything away from the bull in second, that's a pretty nice animal, but this bull up here just is going to win this handily. I think that's an exceptional individual. When you just study him standing from the side, he balances up really, really well. He looks like a bull's supposed to look. He's got some muscle. When you get on top of that bull, he's really, really big topped, and you get in behind him, he's got a big hip and a lot of muscle on his hip. But for as much power as that one has, that one's still really nice looking from the side in terms of just how his head and his neck tie in. And when that bull gets in motion, he puts all of that together really well. I know he's wanting to fight the halter a little bit there, but when that bull gets out and goes, he's plenty sound and plenty flexible, all while still being really smooth in his joints. The young lady's bull that comes out here in second is another really nice individual. I mean, that one's got muscle, that one's big topped. He's masculine. He just gives up a little bit of those extras in that look that our class winner has. He's just a little lower fronted, not quite as soft centered, but just a really nice individual that she has there too. Give them those exhibitors a round of applause.
Over here in our Brahman ring, three really nice bulls out here, very unique and in very different parts of their body. The bull that I'm going to use to win the class I feel is the most complete from end to end. I like this bull when he gets out and travels on his feet and legs. When you analyze him, he's the boldest sprung right there in his forerib in comparison to the other two bulls. When you get up on this bull, he's got as much natural thickness down his top through his hip and his quarter as any bull in the class. Really wide-based, very nice and easy to look at. I like a lot of things about the bull in second. He's a big, growthy kind of a bull. He's got really long-bodied. He's got a lot of length and extension up to his front end. You know, as some of these bulls kind of hit this point in their life and their maturity, they're growing faster than they're developing, and they kind of look kind of gangly and kind of piecey, and it takes a little while to catch up. And he's kind of in that stage right now. I can see this bull's got a lot of potential to him. He's got a lot of natural rib shape. He's got a lot of natural thickness. He's just kind of piecey right now and just kind of needs to put it all together. The same with the bull right behind him, gives up a little bit of performance in comparison to the bull that wins the class. Super nice design, lots of length of body, really nice up through that head and neck. This bull right here can be turned out when he's mature and just make show heifers all day long. I like the style, design, and type and kind of this bull. Just gives a little bit of performance out here in this ring.
Well, back over in the mini Hereford ring, results out of class 25. First place went to Mendel Cattle, and second place went to Riley Purvis. Now in the ring, our judge is going to select your champion and reserve champion senior bull calves. Back over in the Brahman ring, results out of your final class in our bull calf division. Class 32, first place went to Watts Ranch. Second, third place will go to V8 Ranch.
Nice division of these fall-born bulls over on the mini Hereford side. And, you know, the bull that came out of that first class, we talked to him, and that's one that, you know, he was stout and he was more structurally correct than the bull that came second. To me, he's one that still is just a little bit too restricted when he gets in motion. That bull's one that's just a little bit coarser and bolder there in his shoulder and needs to be softened up in the center portion of his body. But, man, that bull is chock full of muscle. He's stout, and I do like that about him. For me, the bull that wins that second class, he's going to win this division relatively easily. That's one impressive individual. When you just study the amount of power he has and how he wraps it all up in a nice package while still being very good in terms of his body and just good in his kind, that's a nice animal. Then the bull that's going to come out second out of that class is going to be in contention for this drive. I do think that bull's more functional than the bull that wins that first class, so he's going to go ahead and be reserve division. One that's just bolder and softer in his center body, smoother in his shoulder. To me, just an animal that I prefer.
So we get these lined up out here in this division. We got a really nice set of bulls. A bull that wins your third class right here is a bull that just now came in the ring. He must have been in a single entry class. Very, very stylish individual. Really, really cool to look at. Really extended up through that front end. Kind of a freak out here in his overall design. I love the extension he has. He's still got some depth and spring of rib and nice hip in him. He's definitely a contender when he gets out here, along with about three other bulls. I'm really pleased with the lineup in this division. If you'll give these exhibitors a round of applause, I'll go select the two that I like the best.
And congratulations back over here in the mini Hereford ring. Champion Reserve Senior Bull Calf, both coming out of Class 25. Champion will go to Mendel Cattle. And Reserve will go to Riley Purvis. We'll now look to see Class 26 over here in the mini Hereford ring. And congratulations over here in the Brahman ring, your calf champion coming out of Class 31. Congratulations goes to Thibodeau Brahman Ranch, and Reserve will go to Circle T Cattle Co. LLC. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Our next division is 3 single entry classes, so we'll bring those 3 single entries in for your intermediate division.
As we get out here in this division, one that wins the first class in this division, which actually the one standing in the middle right now because he didn't lead around the ring. A bull you really appreciate for the balance and style that he brings out here. A little long-bodied bull. He's got a huge forearm in him, lots of muscle down his top. When you get in behind him, he's loaded with muscle. Really a nice, complete, stylish kind of a bull. Bull that comes out of your second division right here, this dark grayer bull, a bull that's really, really stout. Lots of thickness down his top, really square through his hip, got a lot of expression when you get in behind him. He's got some depth and spring or rib to him, got a big foot on him, travels really well on his feet and legs. Then the bull that comes out of your third class right here, a May, a little bit older than these other two bulls. We got a September and a November, I believe, and we got a May out here, and this bull's just really, really a stout, powerful kind of a bull. Tons of muscle in this bull, really deep-sided. Gets out and travels really well around the ring. There's some give and take in all three of these bulls. I like a lot of things about all three of them. I can only select two, so I'm going to go out here and show you which two I like the best at this time. If you would give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a nice division championship.
This class will be a division over here on the miniature Hereford side, and I think it falls into place pretty logically. The young man's bull that's going to lead out the class, just masculine. He wins in terms of volume, but he's also good aside from that. That bull balances up nice from this side. He's got muscle and power when you get in behind him. Pretty good body, just a nice bull there. The bull that's going to come out here in second is probably one that between second and third, he's one to me that just has a little more muscle, a little more power when you get in behind him. And I like that about him. He's one that's just more pulled apart, a little more masculine. To me, that bull, when you set him in motion, he gets awkward on how he handles those rear two legs. He wants to do some weird stuff there on his pasterns where he's to twist a little. He's a little rounder out of his hip and just gives up some power to the class winner. But that's a pretty nice bull when he's parked. He balances up fairly well. The young lady's lighter red bull that's going to come out here in third, a really long extended bull. The young lady does a nice job getting him shown. I like that bull in terms of his feet and legs. He's bigger footed than the bull that beats him in the class. To me, this bull is one that just gives up a little too much power when you get in behind him. He just needs more muscle and more dimension.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. Your intermediate champion will go to Herzog Cattle, and reserve intermediate will go to Gracie Goodwin. Now in ring 1 is class 42 here in your senior division. Back over in the mini Hereford ring, results out of your intermediate bull division. Your champion, exhibited by James Glaspie. Second place in reserve will go to Kaylee Duty, and third place also exhibited by Kaylee Duty. Now in the rings, a single entry here in your junior yearling division.
Nice single entry here in this junior yearling division, and it's a bull, another bull that you can appreciate for just being rugged and masculine. I think a bull that gets around all right on his feet and legs. He's big-footed and relatively good structured. If you want to get nitpicky on him, he gets a little tight there in his rear pastern. I think a lot of it's because he's fighting the halter. A bull that could probably be just a little softer, centered in the middle portion there of his belly. But that's an awful nice individual. It'll be good to see him out here in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations. In class 27, also your champion junior yearling bull will go to Indiana Greenfield. We'll now bring in our final class, the bulls over here in your mini Hereford ring. This will be class 28 here in your senior bull division.
Three really, really good bulls out here in this class. And this class is a division. I'm really pleased with all three of these bulls. I like a lot of things about them. I kind of placed it all three different ways in my mind when I was walking through looking at them. But the most complete bull in the class is the bull that I'm going to use to win the class. When you get this thing stopped, he's really good. Is he the thickest bull out here? No. But he's thick enough. He's got a world of muscle down his top. He's very eye-appealing when you get off from the side. He's laid in right in his shoulder. He's got a nice hump placement. He's got a lot of length and extension up through his front end. When you get down and look at this bull's feet, they're all the same. All his toes are the same size and point in the same direction. I really do like that a lot about this bull. The bull in second, the thickest-ended, stoutest bull in the class, no doubt. I love the red meat this bull brings out here. Huge top, huge hip, big stifle, a lot of turn to his quarter when you get off from the side and look at him. He's got a lot of natural depth and spring of rib. He's not as long-bodied. He's not quite as pretty up through that front end as the bull that wins the class. When you get up and look at his toes, he's a little smaller on his inside toe than he is his outside. I'd like to square those up just a little bit. The fourth bull in class is probably the soundest, freest moving bull in the class without a doubt. I love the way this bull travels around the ring. He's got a lot of length and extension and style. He's probably the leanest conditioned bull. I do appreciate that about him. But out here in this class, he just gives up a little bit in terms of overall power and compared to the two bulls above him. As this bull comes back as a 2-year-old, watch out. This bull's going to be really, really tough on down the road. He's just not quite there yet today.
Well, congratulations. In Class 42 over here in your gray Brahman ring, first place will go to Walters Livestock. Second place goes to J&L Cattle Services. Then third place will go to VA Ranch. First and second in that class will also be your junior champion and reserve. We're now going to bring in Class 48. This will be your senior bull division.
Nice classes, senior yearling bulls here, and I think the bull that wins this class for me does so fairly easily is just being the best combination bull in the class, is one that's structurally sound and got plenty to him. That's one that's good centered, balances from the side, a really nice individual there. Some differences between the bull that are second and third. This dark red bull that's second out here is probably the stoutest made bull in the class. He's like the biggest hipped, heaviest muscled, and he's got a lot of dimension down his top. One that to me, when you set him in motion, just a little too straight out of the angle of his shoulder. And you study him in terms of his foot. He is smaller footed there. But the bull that comes out here in third is one that's a little bigger footed, probably a little bit looser structured. To me, one that's plainer. He is a little longer toed. One to me that's just giving up a little more mass and dimension when you get in behind him. I think if you peeled some of the condition off that bull, he'd be giving up quite a bit of stoutness.
I tell you, this is a really, really impressive class right here, senior yearling bulls. If you think this is easy placing this class, just come on out here and do it yourself, because I'm not so sure you wouldn't place it different, and I wouldn't argue with you. I mean, all three of these bulls are phenomenal. The bull that I'm going to use to win the class, probably the most complete bull out here in my mind, super, super nicely balanced, long-bodied, but still really, really powerful. When you view this bull down his top, he's got a world of muscle down his top, laid in really nicely, those shoulders long and extended up through that front end. When you get back and look at this bull, you just couldn't make one patterned any nicer than the bull that wins the class. The bull that's in second, rugged. I mean, this is a rugged bull right here. Tons of muscle in this bull. Huge top, huge hip. Lots of bone, big foot, just really, really rugged. I mean, if you need to put some meat in your cattle, this is the bull you need to use. In this class, he gets a little coarser shouldered compared to the bulls on either side of him. He's a little tighter in his heart, but I like the length of body. I like the power. I like the style in this bull. The bull that's in third right now, super, super nice fronted bull. I really like the front end. I like the balance of this bull. He gives up a little bit in terms of his overall length of body, gets a little frailer, and that forearm is comparison to the two bulls in front of him. I'm not saying it's small or frail in any means. I'm not. But just compared to the two other bulls, he's just a little more refined in that forearm, a little shorter body, just a little plainer fronted. Excellent bull. I'd love to take any one of these three bulls home. Nice set of bulls. Congratulations to all three of you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your senior champion going to V8 Ranch and GKB Cattle. Reserve champion will go to Walters Livestock in third place. So go to Gracie Goodwin. At this time, we're going to bring in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Chad Breeding, is going to select his grand and reserve grand champion, Gray Brahman Bulls. And over here in the miniature Hereford ring, we are getting ready to select your champion reserve miniature Hereford bull. Out of that last division, your champion was exhibited by Emerson Barado. Reserve was exhibited by Harmon Show Cattle, and third place went to Caden Alexander.
Super, super lineup of Brahman bulls out here. Really, really competitive. I told you in the red show how tough that was. This has even gotten tougher. I mean, there are 5, 6, 7 bulls out here that, man, it just work anywhere you want to put them. Work on commercial cows, work in a registered operation, wherever you want to put them. I mean, they got some bone, they got some foot, they got some doability to them. They're thick, they're stout, they're still good-looking bulls. I know tonight we have a supreme champion that's going to be judged, and I've judged that a couple times. And I tell you, the four individuals that I'm going to send out here from the red and the grays, they're going to have a shot. I don't know what the other breeds brought out here to the table, but the 4 individuals that I'm going to send out here, I'm really proud of how they're going to represent your breed tonight in that deal. I wish each and every one of you that has a champion out there, good luck tonight. I'll be rooting for you. Excellent set. There's 2 bulls that suit me a lot out here in this deal. I'm going to go use them. Congratulations.
And congratulations, Grand Champion Gray Brahman Bull coming out of your senior division. Congratulations, VA Ranch and GKB Cattle.
It gets a little closer out here for reserve in my mind. Man, I like a lot of things about all 4 of these bulls. I really do. I mean, they all got their place and time, but it was pretty close out there in that senior yearling division, so that reserve senior is going to be your reserve grand. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your reserve champion Gray Brahman Bull goes to Walters Livestock. Again, congratulations to all of our Brahman exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Chad Breeding.
Over here on the miniature Hereford side, a really nice lineup of bulls from top to bottom. A lot of quality through them. I'm not going to go through and talk each individual one. It's been a lot of fun to evaluate these cattle today, and I thought there'd be some good ones, but man, you guys brought a lot of good ones. I will say this, I think there's an individual out here that just stands out, and it's probably one of the easiest decisions I've made all day. After that, it gets quite a bit closer. I'll go select your grand and then take one more look and select your reserve.
Well, congratulations, your champion miniature Hereford Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Go to KLD Curveball 970 JET, exhibited by Mendel Cattle. And congratulations, your reserve champion, Miniature Hereford Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Emerson Barano. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. I do believe we have just a couple group classes before we conclude our show here in Ring 2. We'll start with Pair of Bulls, followed by Get a Sire.
Couple nice pairs of bulls out here. I think the pair on the far left really consistent. Both those bulls were standing out here, if I remember correctly, in the drive. Both got muscle pretty good in terms of their build and their structure, good in their center body. And then over here on the right, the bull that was just reserve, and then a nice little calf. I think that as far as a pair goes, I like the pair on the left, and then the two on the right will be reserve pair.
Well, congratulations in your pair of bulls class. First place will go to James Glaspie, and second place will go to Emerson Barado.
nice group out here for the Get a Sire and the Mini Hereford show. I think there's some consistency between the three, and these young individuals have all done a really nice job. I think that bull, whatever they're out of, he's stamping them as far as them having plenty of power, being good centered, and nice enough structured, while still having some look up front. But congratulations, guys. You brought a nice group of Kevs.
And congratulations, and you're Get a Sire. First place will go to Emerson Barado. That does conclude our Miniature Hereford show. Again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors, and a special thank you to our judge today, Miss Kate Schaefer. We are going to break here in Jim Norick until 1 o'clock. We'll be starting with Belted Galloways in Ring 1 and Brayfords in Ring 2.